I'm going to wait just another minute. I see a few audio connections still pinging around here. All right, I'll get started. Welcome back, everyone, after lunch. It is 12:47 on September 13th, 2023. We're in the afternoon session of the third day of phase 3 of the hearing in the court reference proceeding in the case of City of Marina versus RMC Lonestar, Monterey County Superior Court, case number 20 CV 001387. We broke for lunch after completing cross-examination of Dr. Ye, and we are going to pick up with Mr. Loeffler, as I understand. Is there anything that we should talk about before we jump back into cross-examination and bring Mr. Loeffler up? All right, with that, I will, Mr. Spalding, are you starting off the cross-examination this afternoon?
I am.
Wonderful, thank you. And I will go ahead and ask Mr. Loeffler, if you would please come off mute. I see you there. And do you recall, Mr. Loeffler, taking the oath in this proceeding the other day with respect to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And then I will hand things off to you. Please proceed, Mr. Spalding.
Thank you, Ms. Kenzie, and good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Loeffler, I'd like to start with ocean water percentage, or OWP, as you know, and I will be focusing on the scenario 3B, which is the full project pumping scenario at 15.5 billion gallons a day. And my first question is, what is the MCWD solute transport model's calculation of OWP for this scenario?
You're asking me to recall that off the top of my head. I don't recall what it is. I believe it might have been in the high 80s.
All right. Well, yesterday I didn't recall either, so I completely understand. Why don't we go to CalAm Exhibit 187, please? PDF page 26. That is not the correct page. What page are we on here? Can we scroll down to the bottom?
So I wonder if there was one page with two charts on it. This does not appear to be it. Okay.
No. I
believe the table is the page before. It's table 3-2.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Excellent. So, Mr. Loeffler, if you look at the MCWD model 2023 set of boxes, do you see under scenario 3B, the average OWP calculation is 88%?
Yes, I see that.
All right. So now let's look at the CalAm number. What average OWP did CalAm's solute transport model calculate for this scenario?
Well, again, I don't recall the exact number. I think it was between 90 and 95%.
All right, why don't we go to CalAm 177, and I believe it's PDF page 26. All right, that worked this time. Do you see table 3-8 on this page?
Yes, I do.
And does that refresh your memory of the exact number that was calculated?
Yes, it does.
And what is it?
91%.
All right, and let's get one more observed data point here. What was Cal-Am's calculation of the average OWP for the test slant well run for 2.5 years?
I believe it was right around 91%.
All right, why don't we go to Cal-Am 29 and just pin that figure down. And if we scroll to the bottom of the page, there is an average OWP number of 90.5%. Mr. Leffler, is that what you recall for the test slant well period?
Yes, that sounds right.
And the test slant well run was done to simulate a full production 15.5 MGD slant well extraction, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The test slant well run that was done was meant to simulate a full production 15.5 MGD production with the slant wells, correct?
Well, of course, it is one well that pumped at 2000 GPM, and I'm not sure what that off the top of my head converts to in MGD. And then furthermore, it was conducted during a very wet period that had one of the wettest years on record, of course, with 2017. So it was affected by the hydrology of that period.
And it also had at least one drought year as well, didn't it?
I think if you look at the overall average rainfall over that period, it was above average, well above average.
But in any case, for the 2.5-year pumping period for the test slant wells, the average OWP was 90.5%. That's based on observed data, correct?
Right. It was, of course, as we've been talking about, it was also influenced by the recharge from the percolation ponds with the lower salinity water.
All right, so now we have the two transport model calculations of 88 and 91%, and we have the observed and calculated OWP by Cal-Am for the test slant well of 90.5%. Let's turn now to the recharge sensitivity run that Cal-Am did. Do you recall that scenario?
Yes, I recall that.
All right. And was the purpose of this sensitivity run to reduce recharge by 60% to see what effect recharge in the dune sand complex, to see what effect that had on the OWP?
No, the purpose of that recharge sensitivity run was to make runs with the recharge more consistent with the intended output from Mr. Durbin's soil water balance due to, as we've discussed, the initial overestimation of recharge. And so it was to do those sensitivity runs to see how those affected the various model results.
Right. So those were not full solid transport model runs. Rather, they were sensitivity runs by varied the recharge parameter to the dune sand aquifer. Correct.
I didn't quite follow the first part of your question there. Can you repeat it?
Sure. The idea was not to redo the model itself, but rather to run a sensitivity run, varying one of the parameters to the model, which was the recharge parameter in the dune sand complex, correct?
Yeah, I think the two sets of model runs provides a range from using an overestimated amount of recharge to an amount of recharge that's closer to what we might expect.
And as part of that, one of the results of that sensitivity run was a calculation of OWP of 94% for scenario 3B, correct? 3B, excuse me, correct?
Yeah, again, that sounds right. I'd have to revisit that table, but I think that sounds right.
All right, why don't we go to CalAm Exhibit 175, page 5. Thank you. And if we could scroll to the bottom of the page, there is a pair. This, by the way, is your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Leffler. And if you look at the very bottom of the page, if we could read, you could read to yourself subparagraph F, and then we'll want to go to the next page to complete it.
I think we need to scroll down to F, if you would please, Ms. Mullen. Oh, there's just one sentence, and then
we'll flip over to the next page.
Great.
Okay.
Now, at the end of this paragraph, it says, quote, predicted OWP under RS scenario 3B conditions is 94%. Does that number refresh your memory?
Yes.
So is it really a surprise that if the recharge to the top layer of these aquifers, the dune sand aquifer, is reduced by 60%, that the OWP at the slant wells would go up 3%?
Well, I don't think without doing that analysis, I don't think you can predict what the result will be. But that is what the result suggests. And I would suggest that that's probably closer to the right number.
When you say closer to the right number, you're not sure if that is the right number, correct?
Well, again, I think, these are sensitivity runs. So, we're looking at a range of ocean water percentage from 91 to 94% for scenario B. So, in my opinion, I think that probably 93 to 94% is probably the most accurate number.
By reducing well, first of all, isn't the dune sand aquifer the main aquifer that gets freshwater recharge from rainfall and irrigation flows and other factors from the surface?
Well, the uppermost model layer throughout the model domain, and I know it goes by sort of different names depending on where you are in the basin. But in general, yeah, the recharge from rainfall and in irrigation return flows and any other source would be to the uppermost model layer.
All right, so that's a primary layer, the primary layer for recharge. Now, does the reduction of 60% to the dune sand aquifer reduce the expected rainfall amount from about 7 inches per year to 2 inches a year?
Yeah, again, I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but that may be about right.
And isn't the average rainfall in this area about 17 inches per year?
No, I think that's incorrect. You may be referring to the DayMet data, but the average rainfall at the Marina Prison Station is, I think it's 14.3 inches per year.
All right, well, let's turn to the last OWP calculation that we've seen in the direct and rebuttal testimony. And it's in CalAm 191, which is your slide deck. And I'd like to go to 191 and go to slide 34. Sorry to be piling up all these exhibits, but I think it's better to be precise. We could, scroll down a little bit. That's perfect. Thank you. All right, now we looked at table 3.3-2 a moment ago. We looked at the MCWD solid transport model calculation for 3B of 88. And now we have a new calculation of 96. And that is based, and correct me if I'm wrong, well, I'll ask you, is that based on taking the MCWD solute transport model and supposedly correcting a layer of it and coming up with 96?
So, and Dr. Ye can correct me if I'm wrong, but so what happened is that in the dune sand aquifer layer for the MCWD model, instead of assigning the ocean salinity, there was a lower value assigned to that ocean boundary condition. I forget the exact number, 28 or 29,000. And so that led to, and since that boundary is right next to the shoreline, adjacent to the shoreline, you have TDS at that concentration emanating from that boundary condition, that vertical boundary condition. So it goes through the whole aquifer, emanating right adjacent to the shoreline, adjacent to the test slant well at the 28 or 29,000 number that was assigned to it. And so you physically cannot get, a higher, basically ocean water percentage. It's because it's improperly representing the ocean salinity, which is 33,500 with that lower number. So that's the water that's coming into the slant well, which gives that lower 88 number. So if that is corrected to use the ocean salinity, which would be appropriate here, you get the 96 number out of the MCWD model.
All right, I don't want to get back into the ocean salinity issues. That I do want to have it clear, though, that 96% average OWP calculation is not based on the CalAm model. It's based on taking the MCWD model and making the changes that you have described, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think that's made clear in the first column there where it says MCWD WBSSM with corrected layer 1 concentrations.
All right. So my question to you is that whether you are standing behind the CalAm solute transport model calculation of 91% as the correct average OWP for this project.
So I would say that, of course, we've looked at this in a number of ways with the previous models in terms of the ocean water percentage. Of course, as you referenced, we have the test slant well testing with sort of certain caveats with things like the hydrology period. And, you know, so basically all those results show sort of a range of ocean water percentage that's above 90%. And so I think, you know, we really sort of have a range, you know, there's always going to be a little bit of a plus minus on an exact number. But I think, as I previously stated, based on what I've seen from the two, you know, the model, our original model runs and the sensitivity runs, I would conclude a number on the order of 93% or so would be a good number to look at.
And so you don't believe that the transport model results of Cal-Am at 91% are accurate, correct?
Again, I think it's a range. I think I would stand by that range of 91 to 94%.
All right, let's turn to topic number 2, which is, I think, a fairly brief hit on the Castroville return water issues. I don't want to repeat previous cross-examination, and I'm looking at this from a little bit of a different perspective. Starting off, I'd like to ask if you agree with Dr. Ye that you, he, and Mr. Durbin created and developed the what I'll call the Castroville return water scenarios.
Well, I don't think that's, you know, that we quote unquote created it. I think it derives from, you know, sort of what's described in the return water settlement agreement, that's a required part of the project. We looked back at what had been done in the EIR for the project for, you know, had been done by Hydrofocus to simulate that. And then, you know, we selected some example return flows. I think maybe even similar ones to what was included in the EIR. And then we looked at the model that we had and what would be the best, most representative way to simulate the in-lieu recharge that's required for this project.
So the model, or excuse me, the scenario runs were based on the return water agreement, correct?
Well, it's based on the concept that, you know, depending on what the ocean water percentage that you calculate, a certain amount of water would need to be returned via the in-lieu arrangement, which again, I think is described in quite some detail in the EIR.
But without the agreement, there wouldn't be any water going to Castroville, right? So it's certainly under the legal framework of the return water agreement, is it not?
I really can't speak to the legal aspects of this. My understanding is that that's a required part of the project, but I can't comment on the legalities of things.
Now, how did you come up with the 6% and the 9% for return water?
I believe those were two of the scenarios that were percentages that were used in the EIR. So I think it was, you know, largely based on that. It also happens, of course, to correspond to the 91 to 94% range that we just discussed.
Isn't it true that in your scenarios, you assume that every gallon of water delivered to Castroville from the desal plant would result in 1 gallon less of pumping by Castroville, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and under the return water agreement, is Castroville required to do a 1-to-1 reduction in pumping when it receives return water?
I can't comment on the details of of what's in the settlement agreement.
So you have no idea, correct?
I can't comment on the details of the settlement agreement.
So as far as you know, possibly all of the water or only some of the water. For example, that's kind of a funky question. Let me ask it a little bit better. Isn't it possible that Castroville could use all of the water for drinking water and continue pumping at its current pumping rates, as far as you know?
Let me just, I'm late because he used this phrase before, but Castroville is a place. The agreement we looked at before represents an entity, and I'm objecting on the basis of ambiguity as to what Mr. Spalding means by Castroville. That we ought to at least clarify who he's referring to or what he's referring to.
I am referring to whatever entity is receiving the water in Castroville. So my question to you, Mr. Lepler, is you've said that you don't know if there will be a one-to-one reduction in pumping for delivered water. And given that, isn't it true that possibly, at least from your point of view, all of the water may go to other purposes and not result in any reduction in pumping?
I think my understanding is that, most or at least the majority of that water would initially go to reduction in.
So in creating this model, where did this assumption come from that all of it would go into pumping reductions?
Well, as I recall, the EIR had simulated some amount going to recharge in that area. And so, they used a combination of pumping reductions and recharge. But my recollection is that for the amounts we're talking about here, that, those initial amounts were primarily assigned to pumping reductions.
All right, let's move on to a new topic. Now we're going to be addressing groundwater quality. And at the outset, do you agree that MCRA, the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, prepares the saltwater intrusion maps that we have all been using as part of this proceeding that reflect the advancement of the saltwater intrusion front in the areas that we're interested in?
Yes.
And isn't it true that MCRA uses a 500 milligram per liter chloride benchmark to show the front of the saltwater intrusion front?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you calculate that the TDS equivalent of that would be about 1,500 milligrams per liter?
Yeah, I think it's in that ballpark. Not exactly, but in that ballpark.
All right, I won't hold you to an exact number. Now, kind of getting to the, the issue that I want to ask you about. Isn't it true that your testimony is that any degradation of water quality within the seawater intrusion front, anywhere within the seawater intrusion front, does not cause any harm to the basin?
Yeah, I would say in general that's true. I think what we're seeing is that the vast majority of any increase in TDS is near the shoreline in that portion of the the seawater intrusion front.
You are aware, are you not, that one of the sigma undesirable results is an increase or a decrease in groundwater quality? Correct?
Well, I'm not sure. Are you referring to groundwater quality or what groundwater quality is one of the 6 SMC? That's true.
All right. And so if there was any degradation of groundwater quality, that would constitute wouldn't that constitute a violation of that criterion?
I'm not sure. When you say groundwater quality, I mean, that's a very broad term. I don't know. I would need more specifics on what you're referring to. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Do you consider a increase in TDS in an area to be a degradation in groundwater quality?
Well, are we talking about the seawater intrusion SMC or are we talking about the groundwater quality SMC?
I'm talking about the groundwater quality part.
So, and are we talking about the groundwater quality within the seawater intrusion front or outside the seawater intrusion front?
Well, answer both ways. Answer within and outside if you have a different view on the two.
Well, if we're talking about TDS within the seawater intrusion front, I wouldn't think that would be part of the groundwater quality SMC.
All right, so if within the seawater intruded area, TDS goes from 1,500 to say 2,500 milligrams per liter, it's fair to say that you would not consider that a degradation in water quality. Correct?
Correct.
All right, I would like to go back to, actually, we may actually be here. I want to go to slide 33 of this exhibit, please. All right, in the first bullet, it says areas showing increases in TDS concentrations from project pumping primarily occur in areas within the seawater intrusion front that are already highly saline from legacy seawater intrusion and do not represent groundwater sources that are usable for beneficial use. So just to clarify what you mean here, are you saying that any areas within the seawater intrusion front are currently not usable for beneficial use?
Objection misstates and leaves out the highly saline definition included in that phrase.
Well, Mr. Leffler, feel free to work that into your answer if you feel it's appropriate.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Leffler. I think you're capable of working that in as you see appropriate. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so it is referring to that these increases in TDS concentrations we're talking about primarily occur in areas within the seawater intrusion front that are highly saline and near the shoreline as well is generally where these occur.
And
And I
ahead,
would add
go
that
ahead.
we know there's some industrial uses in those areas, such as the CMEX wells, that aren't sensitive to salinity.
So are you stating then that industrial use that is going on within the seawater intrusion area, that this water would still be usable for that beneficial use?
Yes.
Would you also agree that water within the seawater intrusion front that is has a TDS of 3,000 milligrams per liter or less is also usable for beneficial uses?
No, I think that's 3,000 is not a representative standard for most beneficial uses. I would refer to the MCL of 1,000.
Yes, the MCL, that's a maximum contaminant level, or MCL. So is it your belief that, except perhaps for industrial uses, any groundwater that exceeds 1,000 milligrams per liter is not suitable for drinking water purposes?
Yeah, I mean, the recommended MCL, of course, is 500 milligrams per liter TDS, but 1,000 is the maximum standard.
Oh, sorry, were you done?
Yes.
Okay. What is the State Water Board's view of this?
Objection calls for speculation about the State Water Board's view. Mr. Spalding, I believe, is referring to some specific regulation. He might as well put that in front of the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Osias. I think that's very helpful. Why don't we go to Exhibit Marina 36, please? Mr. Lepler, are you familiar with this sources of drinking water resolution of the State Water Board?
Yes, I believe you've presented that before.
It actually has your depot stamp on it. So let's, if we could, scroll down on this page. Keep going, please. Perfect. Yes, perfect. All right, as you can see here, it says, and I'm editing slightly, all groundwaters of the state are considered to be suitable or potentially suitable for a municipal or domestic water supply and should be so designated by the regional boards. Is that your understanding of what the State Water Board has required the regional boards to do?
Well, I am familiar with this exhibit, but frankly, I mean, a water supply entity is not going to serve water that's anywhere close to 3,000 TDS to its customers. I mean, there's a state MCL of 1,000, is the maximum, and 500 is recommended. And fresh water is also defined as less than 1,000 TDS. So, this is not going to, you cannot serve water that's going to exceed that.
Now, in this policy, there is an exception that was referred to yesterday for, it says, TDS that exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter will not be considered to be suitable or potentially suitable in certain circumstances. Are you familiar with that 3,000 milligrams per liter TDS benchmark?
Well, I think that's what you're showing me right now, isn't it?
Yes. All right, and you also saw it before. So does that change your testimony as to whether 1,500 milligrams per liter is the appropriate benchmark for any beneficial uses other than industrial uses?
Well, I think you're looking at either 1,000 milligrams per liter, again, as a definition of fresh water or water that could be supplied for drinking water. I understand that, well, technically it's chloride. You know, chloride, 500 milligrams per liter chloride is the equivalent essential standard as the 1,000 MCL. So chloride has a 250 recommended and a 500 maximum. So I believe that's why that's used as, well, actually both those numbers are used to some degree to define extent of seawater intrusion, 250 and 500 milligrams per liter chloride. And, you know, so 1,000 is the TDS version of the 500 milligrams per liter MCL. And then, but then you get into some conversion factors of, if you have 500 chloride, it's some number between 1,000 and 1,500, I believe.
But isn't it true that State Water Board's policy for drinking water has a 3,000 milligrams per liter benchmark?
Objection. This is not stated as a policy for drinking water. This is a policy for protection of water resources.
I think that's a fair objection, Mr. Spalding. You can rephrase your question.
Actually, I'm fine with where we are. So I will go to my last topic, which is the new variable density model. Now, Mr. Leffler, you have put together a new variable density model and used it to run predictive scenarios relating to this project, correct?
Well, it's, as much as I appreciate this being referred to as the Leffler model, as if I created a new model, it's really just a sensitivity run on an existing model that was created by someone else.
And that someone else was Montgomery and Associates, who created it for SVB GSA, correct?
Correct.
Now, you did to create, and I won't call it the Leffler model. Why don't we call it the new variable density model? In order to create the new variable density model, isn't it true that you increase the K, or the hydraulic conductivity, by a factor of 5 times, correct?
That's true. I increased the K by a factor of 5 times in the 180 and the 400-foot aquifers. I would say, again, it's not a new model. It's a sensitivity run on an existing model.
And in creating this new sensitivity to the existing model, didn't you also decrease specific storage, by a factor of 5 times?
That's correct. Yeah, again, in those layers.
And you doubled the effective porosity, correct?
Correct.
But what you didn't do was to change the basic hydrostratigraphy in the underlying SVB GSA model, correct?
No, the hydrogeology was, as it was in the existing model.
Isn't it true that in that existing model and in your sensitivity model, the FO SVA, the Aquitard below the dune sand aquifer extends all the way to the shoreline.
Yes, that's correct. It extends all the way to the shoreline, but I have reason to believe that that doesn't matter, that the results won't change or may even show more beneficial impact of the project.
Where does, in the flow model created by Cal-Am, where does that FOSVA end?
It ends around monitoring well MW7, I believe.
And doesn't it end east of MW7, according to your
Yeah,
flow?
I think slightly east, yes.
All right, and isn't it true that in the MCWD Marina flow model, it ends somewhere between MW7 and MW4, which is nearer to the shoreline?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So the hydrostratigraphy of the FOSVA doesn't really comport with your understanding of where it should be, correct?
In that particular layer, there is a small difference there. But again, there was no evidence provided by Mr. Tietze that that's going to make any difference in those model results.
Now, in the underlying SVB GSA model, which I think is actually called the saltwater intrusion model, or SWIM, the 180, 400-foot aquitard also extends all the way to the shoreline, correct?
The 180-foot, 400 aquitard, yes, that's my recollection.
So we've got two of the major aquitards near the top of the model, which extend all the way to the ocean. So,
Now, well, clearly the 180, 400 does extend all the way to the ocean.
but you would acknowledge, however, that in the MCWD Marina model, it does not, correct?
The 180, 400 aquitard in the MCWD model, I don't recall that exact detail of
All right.
where
Well,
in that area.
All right, well, let's move on to the why it matters part of this. Is it true that an aquitard impedes vertical flow between aquifers?
As a general rule, it does, yes.
Isn't it also true that an aquitard impedes vertical density flow as well?
No, I don't believe that comment in that rebuttal is correct at all. The model simulates variable density. That's just false, that the model no longer simulates variable density because of that feature of the conceptual model.
Isn't there an important vertical component that's integral to the variable density model?
It does represent vertical flow in the variable density model.
So if you have the FOSVA extending completely over to the shoreline in the model that you used, how much vertical migration of water are you getting from the dune sand aquifer into the underlying aquifer?
I don't know. I would have to go back and look at model results to make that determination.
But you would agree, wouldn't you, that aquitards are an important component of understanding how a variable density model works?
Well, I don't think the aquitards it's relevant to any model. You know what the layout is of aquifers and aquatards. There's nothing different or specific about that to a variable density model. And again, in my opinion, that's, there's no evidence that provided that that's going to make any difference in these model results. And it's my opinion that that's just not going to make any difference in the model results. At least.
Oh, after using, I'm sorry, were you done?
I mean, there might be small differences, but nothing that's going to change the end result of the key questions that we're looking at here. Because really, I mean, what we're interested in here is the MCWD production wells and changes in salinity, which those are over 4 miles inland, the seawater intrusion front, which is several miles inland, and the ocean water percentage, maybe to a lesser degree. And so with the exception of ocean water percentage, those features are more inland, and I don't believe are going to be much affected by this difference in that one particular layer. I would suspect that the way the model is set up, the existing model layering, you would actually get a higher ocean water percentage out of those results because of that layer extending to the shoreline. And if that layer weren't there, you'd probably, you would get a lower ocean water percentage, because you have this fine grained layer, this FOSVA extending to the shoreline. So the recharge that occurs in the model, it would lead to a slightly lower ocean water percentage with that layer in there. And if you remove that layer, or at least if you remove that portion of the FOSVA between the shoreline and whatever distance inland you want to put it at, you would get a higher ocean water percentage. So the long and short of it is this model result, because of this feature, is probably, maybe not dramatically, but there might be a couple percentage points lower ocean water percentage being simulated.
All right. So do you believe that variable density flow is occurring in the coastal area near the CEMEX site?
Do I believe variable? I'm sorry, can we repeat
Yes,
that?
Sure. Do you believe that variable density flow is occurring in the coastal area near the site where the slant wells will be?
Well, the differences in density have an effect on the flow in certain situations, but more so near the shoreline where there might be bigger, larger amounts of salinity. And as you go further inland and those salinities decrease, then, you probably relatively quickly get to a point where it doesn't have much of an effect. But I believe at the shoreline, even at the shoreline, and I think actually both Dr. Ye's work on variable density with the CEMEX model and what HydroFocus did in the EIR showed that the head difference of simulating with a variable density model versus not is not actually that big of a difference. I think it was 1 foot or something like that right near the shoreline. And then of course that, so I think the long and short of it is it doesn't make that much of a difference in the model results you get with or without variable density, at least for the key questions that we're trying to answer here.
So your ultimate conclusion after using this layer cake aquitard model that retards vertical flow is that vertical flow doesn't matter. I mean, is that basically your conclusion?
No. And I'm not sure what you mean by layer cake. That's not an appropriate term to
All right,
characterize
let
this
me
model.
rephrase it. Isn't it true that by extending the aquatards, the FOSDA and 180, 400-foot aquatards out to the shoreline and thereby decreasing vertical flow, that it isn't really appropriate to conclude that vertical flow doesn't make a difference in this coastal area?
To the extent that it affects vertical flow, it's only going to be in that area between the shoreline and you know, a few thousand feet inland where the MCWD or the CalAm model might have the edge of that. And you're going to get vertical flow over the edge of it at the shoreline. But again, there's no reason to think that particular difference is going to matter to the model prediction of TDS at the MCWD wells that are, 4 miles inland, over 4 miles inland, or the seawater intrusion front, several miles inland. There's no evidence presented that this makes any difference whatsoever in answering those key questions.
However, couldn't it make a key difference in determining the impacts of the slant wells to the 180-foot and Monterey subbasins?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What impacts are you talking about?
Well, you transitioned into talking about impacts to the MCWD production wells. And I wanted to make sure that your conclusion also held for harm to, for example, the 180, 400-foot aquifer subbasin.
Yeah, I think again, the difference in model results in terms of salinity at those production wells, I don't expect that it's going to change the result that the project has neutral to beneficial impacts on the TDS at, well, in particular, MCWD 29, 30, and 31, since those are the wells screened in the 180 and 400.
All right, why don't we leave it at that? I am done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Thank you, Mr. Leffler. I think Ms. Mullen is pulling this down for us. Thank you. I think it's probably, it's only been an hour, so to speak, but I think it's probably a good time for a 5-minute break for all of us. And then as I understand, when we return, we'll turn to Mr. Wilkins for your cross, Mr. Wilkins, and Mr. Leffler. So let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. We'll return at 1:50 p.m.
Ms. Kinsey, sorry.
Yes, please.
Again, I'm trying to learn from this morning's experience, and I could tell that Dr. Ye was getting tired. So I don't expect Mr. Wilkins to be shorter than his estimate based on experience so far. So could we extend this to a 10-minute break to give Mr. Durbin,
Absolutely.
Mr. Leffler a chance to
Leffler,
refresh?
Recover. Yes, let's go to 1:56. We just at the minute mark. 1:56 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, it is 1:56. We are back together. And I will hand things over, I believe, to Mr. Wilkins, who we will need. I'm sure my team will pin you to our screen here. I don't know if everyone has the pins up, but I see pins and Mr. Wilkins is not one of them. I assume, Mr. Wilkins, you're here.
I am here.
Great. Then you may proceed when you're ready.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Loeffler. It's been a little while. I'm going to try and keep this as short as possible. So if you can answer with yes or no questions, that's great. If you can't, I understand that. And obviously, if you don't understand one of my questions, I'm not a groundwater or modeling or hydrogeologist. Please ask me to clarify and I will do my best. I believe it's Miss Mullen. Can we please pull up column 199, the Loeffler revised slides?
You may have misspoke, Mr. Wilkins. Did you mean 191?
That's what I said, didn't I?
I thought you said 199.
Oh, I don't think there's a 199, so I misspoke. 191.
I think it's happening. These things happen in the background. There we go.
Excellent, thank you. Can we please go to slide 9? All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Loeffler, yesterday, do you recall testifying that there, as you say in the bottom bullet here, there are an infinite number of speculative scenarios, and therefore Callan focused on scenario B?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the B scenarios are no more speculative than any of the other scenarios?
You're saying the B scenario is no more speculative than the other scenarios?
Correct.
Well, the scenario B is the existing conditions, so that's not speculative. Whereas scenario C and D make an assumption about the implementation of sigma, which not only, those two scenarios simulate, very different ways of implementing sigma, but even within those two scenarios, they could happen in different ways. So in the case of scenario D, how pumping reductions occur could be different than what was simulated in scenario D, or in the case of scenario C, exactly how the extraction barrier is set up, where the wells are located, the pumping rates from each aquifer, that could vary from what was simulated in scenario C.
Isn't the B1 scenario, for example, intended to show what will happen regardless of the project?
No, the B scenario shows what would happen with and without the project for existing conditions.
So I think it's the B1. That's the without project, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so that is intended to show what will happen into the future if the project isn't constructed and operated, correct?
I think the main purpose of these scenario runs is really to show what is the difference with and without the project for a given set of background conditions, whether that's existing conditions or a certain sigma implementation scenario.
Is the B1 scenario the calibrated version of the model?
No.
Is the recharge in the B1 scenario higher or lower than the calibrated model?
In whose model?
I'm specifically, I guess I didn't specify. So, but I did ask you here, you said the CalAm focused on the scenario B. So for this purpose, in the CalAm local model? Is the B1 scenario higher or lower than the calibrated model?
So the A scenario is the calibration scenario. And the reason we have the B scenario is because the A calibration scenario is calibrated to higher groundwater levels than would be average, longer term average. So that in effect requires a greater amount of recharge. So in our scenario B, we have a somewhat lower amount of recharge in our scenario B to reflect the longer term recharge conditions. In the MCWD scenario B, they did not do that. They used the same recharge as scenario A. So there was no adjustment on that.
So, and I appreciate you adding that, but at the same time, if we're going to get through this in time, if you could just answer my question, and my question was about the CalAm model. And we can move on to slide 10, please. All right, so on this slide, you mentioned yesterday that there was a point that isn't included on this slide. And specifically, do you recall saying yesterday that MCWD's criticisms regarding the hydraulic conductivity values in the perched mounted aquifer overlying the FOSVA as being too low were resolved? And then you went on to say that the range in the CalAm previously used from 2 to 25 feet is similar to what MCWD and Marina have used in their current model of 7.5 feet per day. Do you recall saying that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but I spoke on that topic, yes.
Is that an accurate general summary? Is there anything you'd like to clarify? Did I misstate anything that you recall?
Well, I'd have to have you restate it again to be sure, I guess.
I guess the main point that I was trying to make is you said that the CalAm previously used 2 to 25 feet, and we're talking about the perch mounted aquifer. And at MCWD and Marina now are using 7.5 feet per day. And you said they're pretty similar in this regard. Was that your point?
Yeah, that was right. That was part of my point.
All right. Can we go on? Can we turn to CalAm 89 and page 48 of that PDF, please? Hopefully I said it right. CalAm 89, right? That's the one we're going for? And figure 9 on page 48. Maybe we need to blow this up. Well, actually, maybe I'll scroll out just so Mr. Loeffler can see what this is. Do you recognize this figure?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And at the bottom, you can see here says HWG North Marina Groundwater Model TM, and you were one of the authors of this TM, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Do you want to go to the first page or the signature page to confirm that, or do you think you?
No, I think that's fine. No need.
Okay. All right. So if we can focus on do you recall which layer in this model is the perched or dune sand aquifer?
Let's see. I believe it's layer 2.
Okay, maybe we can just scroll up and see layers 2 and 3. If you can zoom in, sorry, on those. And this figure shows that the hydraulic conductivity is in a 22 North Marina groundwater model, correct?
Yes.
And you were present during the phase 1 testimony in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
In that hearing, do you recall Mr. Brochard questioning Dr. Ye regarding the zone with the hydraulic conductivity value of 2, and you might see that there in layer 2, in the western portion of the DSA, dune sand aquifer, along the boundary of the FOSVA? Do you recall that was our criticism about the hydraulic conductivities?
Yeah, I recall there was discussion of this, yes.
And MCWD's criticism was not just that the value was 2, but also that it effectively created a dam at the western edge of the FOSVA. Do you recall that criticism?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
Can we go to MCWD 149? Okay, this is Appendix 1 to Dr. Kincaid's work, and what I want to show you is the page on page 42 of this. And clearly I got the PDF page 42. Are we in MCWD 149?
Appears so.
Maybe.
Should we try, is it, I don't know if there's a difference in the PDF page numbers and the
Possible.
document page numbers.
Table of contents might have a list of figures.
If my co-counsel, Mr. Brochard, is potentially available to help me out with a PDF number here, or Ms. Berglund, anyone. This is what I have in my notes, and so I'm a little surprised it's not here.
We're noting that this is a revised, one of my team notes, this is a revised exhibit. I wonder if there's a difference in page numbers because of the revision.
It's possible.
I don't know which way that goes, though.
It's a little further down is what I'm getting a note from somebody on, so maybe we can scroll down and find the hydraulic conductivity. Beyond, maybe look at 43, 44, something like that. I think that could have something to do with it, and maybe because it is revised. Keep going. No.
Ms. Kinsey, for Mr. Wilkins, I believe Ms. Millen had the original 149 on the screen a moment ago.
I'm not sure what we're looking for, so I can't help you, Mr.
I'm
Wilkins.
looking for the hydraulic conductivities that we utilized in our model to, and it was fed to me that they were on this page, so.
Did you
Maybe
realize
let's-
that?
I'm blaming no one other than myself for not triple checking it, but I may have to come back to it if we can't. Try 65. Can you scroll down, please? Now, these are all drawdown figures.
So the thing to, I'm sorry, did someone have a suggestion?
I'm just wondering if,
Can you pull up the not revised version?
I just been told it's 75.
Let's try 70.
The
We'll give
page
it one last try
75.
at
I'll give it
75.
one last try here. This is the problem with multiple versions of documents sometimes, I think. We scroll down. 80?
80, well, 75
It
plus
is-
is
it-
88.
I apologize. It's the, if you
Okay.
look in the unrevised version of 149,
42.
But hang on 1 minute. I apologize, but if we have revised versions, there's generally a cause.
Well, right, I want to use the
Right.
revised version. I don't know if looking in the unrevised version
So-
will help.
Yeah,
What-
I'm not sure you should
what-
see the unrevised one if there's a reason it's not there.
Yeah.
So if
So-
they want to look at it and calculate where it is, that'd be
okay.
great.
If-
And I
if you
think
want
we
me
should
to
be
explain,
systematic on
Can I-
adding.
Can I just get a second?
Yes,
One-
Mr.
one-
Richard, go ahead. I think you know where this is.
149 is the testimony and I believe Exhibit A, which is what Mr. Wilkins is looking for. The revised copy was not an entire document. It was just a revision of the appendix starting at page
Right.
51. So the initial 149
It's Todd's report.
is the report and it contains pages 1 to 50. And what Mr. Wilkins is currently looking for is the original Exhibit 149, page 42.
So it sounds like when we make an offer into evidence, I'm going to try to write a note that maybe
there we go.
versions of these
This
documents.
this has been already admitted into evidence.
Oh, that's already admitted as, so this problem was already resolved
Thank-
in some way.
Weren't all these already resolved, if I recall correctly? I was in Europe, but I thought we did it.
Got it.
Or maybe it wasn't. I can't remember. They're all blending together now. All right. So, Mr. Leffler, I apologize for that delay. But can you take a look at the horizontal conductivities that are shown on this figure? You see those there?
Yeah, yes.
All right. And so it's a pretty simple question here. Would you agree that the dam that we complained about in our initial criticism is not existent here?
Well, again, I disagree with the characterizing that as a dam. If you went back and looked at that figure of ours, there's also large zones of 25 feet per day. So the water's flowing through those two different zones with those two different hydraulic conductivity values. And in any event, I think, I don't know, I think this whole point is moot anyway, because probably what I should have added was that, the current models, so the criticism in general was that the CalAm model had too low of a hydraulic conductivity for this zone. But the current CalAm model has actually higher hydraulic conductivities in this zone than the 7.5 that you're showing here. So the main point of that slide was that, that historical criticism, whether we agreed with it or not, is moot. It doesn't apply to the current models.
We can move on. Can we go to the next slide in Mr. Leffler's revised slide 11, please?
We may not be sure. Do you have the CalAm number for the?
It's 191.
Thank you.
I think I won't say that wrong again. All right. So on this slide, the number one resolution you say here is that the hypothetical Sigma projects demonstrate no impacts. Do you see that there?
Yeah.
What hypothetical Sigma projects are you referring to here?
The scenarios C and D that were simulated here.
Isn't it true that CalAm Sigma scenario C, the extraction barrier that you testified would be implemented under Sigma, I believe, shows widespread increases in the seawater intrusion front in the Monterey subbasin?
No, I don't think that's an accurate characterization.
Do you believe that CalAm's Sigma scenario C is consistent with Sigma's requirements?
Yeah, I think that is the Salinas Valley Basin GSA is spending millions of dollars studying that extraction barrier as the solution to implement Sigma. And so I think that, they think that will meet Sigma requirements. It was prominently mentioned from the very beginning in their first GSP and then in their revised GSP. And now they're spending, I think on the order of $2 million studying that potential Sigma project.
So maybe,
and it will require, and again, I think as I've mentioned before, there's a feasibility study that needs to be done. We had to pick a particular arrangement of wells and pumping amounts by aquifer to simulate that scenario, but there may be other combinations of well locations, amounts pumped from each aquifer that are the ideal way to implement that scenario. And that's what they're studying, or I think part of what they're studying.
My question is not about what the SVGBSA is studying. My question is, does the CalAM Sigma scenario C, do you believe the results of that modeling effort, that scenario, are consistent with Sigma's requirements?
Well, I think that I don't think that anything has been shown that they're not consistent with Sigma requirements. That we don't see any impacts to, most importantly, MCWD wells from that scenario. And so again, it's just one, you know, of a number of ways that that barrier project could be implemented.
And again, I'm not asking about any other, I'm asking about your Sigma scenario C. And my prior question was, does it show there's widespread increases in seawater intrusion in the Monterey subbasin? And I believe your testimony is no.
Correct.
All right, then we can leave it at that. Isn't it true that scenario D, MCWD's Sigma scenario, shows widespread reductions in TDS and decreases in the migration of the seawater intrusion front?
I'm sorry, can you restate that again?
Actually, sure. Isn't it true that scenario D shows widespread reductions in TDS and decreases in the migration of the seawater intrusion front?
Just independent of the project you're talking about.
Unless I'm wrong.
sorry, independent of the proposed slant well pumping you're referring to. Yeah, that shows, yes, that shows some reduction in the seawater intrusion front.
And if I wasn't clear, I'm asking you about your first point here, is that the hypothetical Sigma projects demonstrate no impacts.
I was referring, I'm not referring to, I think what you just stated about just what it is in and of itself. I was referring to, you know, with and without slant well pumping.
Is it true that the project will never negatively impact the reductions in TDS that are shown in scenario D?
Objection incomplete hypothetical.
Let's see. Instead of asking for more detail, Mr. Osias, I think what I'll say, Mr. Wilkins, is if you can be more specific about the comparison of the two scenarios.
What I was asking is, isn't it true that the project will negatively impact the reductions in TDS that are shown in scenario D? And I guess it would be scenario D3. I'm like really bad with these numbers. 3D minus.
Well, that's exactly, I think, the problem. Let's get to it.
But the bottom line is there is only one comparison,
Right.
and if he wants to. There's obviously the smaller and bigger. If he wants to say, well, in one versus the other, I mean, I'm asking generally about the phase, the scenario Ds, and asking whether it's true the project will negatively impact the reductions that are shown in TDS in those scenarios with the project, which is, there's obviously two separate ones. And if he believes that there's a distinction, he can say so.
So I guess just to clarify, you're asking about the project versus the no project runs.
For scenario D, correct.
Yeah, I don't think it demonstrates a negative impact.
Okay. In this third point on this page, you say variable density models illustrate variable density effects don't matter. Do you see that?
Right.
And I assume that is still your testimony, correct? I know you spent some time on it this morning. I want to make sure that there's not a clarification we need here.
Yeah, again, don't matter to the key questions that we're looking at in this this whole proceeding, which again, most particularly the TDS or salinity at MCWD wells, the seawater intrusion front, and to a lesser extent, the ocean water percentage. Again, it just maybe some small plus minus, but it doesn't substantially change the result that we get with non-density models, non-variable density models.
Can we jump to page or slide 55 real quick, please? If you take a look here, make sure I'm at the right place. Yeah, the last bullet here. You say the ocean head, the seabed interface, where the seawater enters the aquifer, is significantly greater than the measured 3 feet NAV 88 and higher than in several MPWSP monitoring wells and the coastal FO monitoring wells. Hence, hence ocean heads are an inland driving force for seawater intrusion in a 180-foot aquifer upper and lower. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Are you referring to equivalent freshwater heads here?
Yes.
And this is a criticism of our estimates because we didn't utilize equivalent freshwater heads. Is that correct?
No, I think this is just pointing out is there's this driving force that is higher than the 3 foot number for inland flow.
And aren't equivalent freshwater heads designed to basically account for variable densities?
It's a way of partially accounting for that.
And you're saying it's important here, I think, but it's not, it doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is this is in respect to this observed data and what the TDS is in these nearshore aquifers. What I was referring to before on variable density modeling is whether that affects the results of these key questions that we're trying to answer, which is what is the change in salinity at MCWD production wells? What is the change in the seawater intrusion front? And secondarily, the ocean water percentage with and without the project pumping. And that variable density doesn't change the bottom line conclusions of the non-variable density models.
All right. I don't think that answered my question, but I will move on. In your opinion, how long will it take for the capture zone from, you know what I'm referring to when I say the capture zone, correct, for the project?
Yes.
All right. To become fully seawater intruded?
Well, I think, depending on the scenario you're talking about, it's more of it may be more of a mixing zone, but aside from that whole discussion, I think you'd have to go back to a transient model if you want to look at questions of how long to get a better answer to how the salinity would change and at what rate within a capture zone.
Do you
or a
think it
mixing
would?
zone.
Do you think it would be less than 5 years?
Well, I don't know what I don't know whether fully seawater intruded is the right way to phrase that, or at what sort of threshold you would consider it, quote unquote, fully seawater intruded. I don't recall offhand looking at that, like what the time frame would be.
All right. Can we go back to slide 38, please? All right. You here are criticizing, I think, is some of our experts' comments and opinions, saying that I think here in that third middle bullet point, you say the conditions after 126 years are extremely speculative. And what we're commenting on here is what will happen after the project is shut down. What will happen to that high TDS water that's in the capture zone? First off, isn't it true that all transport modeling is highly speculative?
No, I think the transport modeling is quite useful for comparing with project and without project to see what the differences are. I think that's its most useful application. And here we're talking about 126 years, which is a very long time out in time, and so that's why. The whole idea that the project would somehow operate for 63 years and then it would stop and never restart. And then you're looking at 63 years down the road. It's just a very speculative overall scenario.
Okay, all right. So you think it is useful is what you're saying?
Objection, it is ambiguous. Yeah. Saw you transport modeling useful.
Right, that's what he said. I'm sorry. I guess what I want to understand here is this figure you have here for layer 9. That's from your transport model, correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
All right, and so this what I'll call high salinity area that is shown from to migrate after the capture zone. You set it loose, so to speak, outside. You turn the project off after 63 years, and that's what created this after an additional 63 years, correct?
Yes, and this is assuming. Let's see. Yeah, this is assuming scenario B. So we're assuming existing conditions for 126 years, meaning no Sigma implementation.
And so let's say that the project only operates as long as there's at least the Coastal Commission has said that if they approve a permit, which obviously they have not at this point, but conditionally it's for 25 years or something to that effect. And I think there's evidence in the record on that. If the project were to shut off in 25 years, this high TDS area would be set loose much sooner than 63 years, correct?
I don't know. I don't have these figures fresh in my mind, or I mean, this particular one you're showing me is 63 years, so I don't
that's what I was trying to
speculate on
understand.
the 25-year one.
Is that obviously, I believe you previously testified, and I don't have time to go through all this today, that the capture zone is going to pretty quickly become seawater intruded in the past. And bottom line is, I think all the models show that there's going to be a high level of seawater intrusion in the capture zone. And my question is, if the project shuts off sooner than 63 years, what's going to happen to all that water in the capture zone? Your model shows it will migrate inland, correct?
The capture zone is already highly intruded.
That's
it already
not the
has
question.
very saline water in it.
My question is, if the project shuts off, what happens to all that highly saline water that is induced by the project?
Well, again, within the capture zone, you're inducing some increased TDS to an already very highly saline area.
And by very highly saline area, what is the lowest level of TDS within the capture area that you're aware of?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at that.
All right. Well, we don't
but-
work. I think I'm done with this line of questioning. We can go on to 39, please. So I'll ask you some questions about the variable density model. And I will try not to call it the Leffler, but I think Callum exhibits refer to it as the Leffler model. So I will.
That's okay. I appreciate having a model named after me, even if it's not really deserved.
So on slide 39 here, you say the HO requested variable density modeling. What order did the AHO or request that variable density model? We looked and we couldn't find one.
It's in the, if you look at the transcript from the December hearings, he talks about it in there.
Did the experts meet and discuss doing a variable density model?
No, I don't think there was any reason for the experts to meet and discuss that. I think it was understood that we weren't going to do that for our joint steady state model. Well, I don't, to be honest, I guess I'm going off recollection. I don't know. I don't recall whether we had any discussion of that at all. But I know that obviously, that's not what was done as part of the joint model, and that's not what obviously resulted from that sort of initially collaborative effort.
But and I guess the AHO at that time ordered the experts, you recall, to meet and confer and come up with a model or models and to discuss that. And I guess my question to you is, did you ever discuss modifying this Montgomery and Watson variable density model amongst your expert discussions?
Well, so my recollection is that this Montgomery model didn't even come out until March 2020, well, March this year, 2023. So this model wouldn't have been part of any discussions we had before. I mean, I think by that time we had gone our separate ways. So, there wouldn't have been any discussion of this specific model prior to that.
All right. Is the variable density model that your firm put together based on the same conceptual model as the CalAm local model?
No.
Right. So you took this model from Montgomery, correct? Is that correct? That's what I think I heard you testify to.
Yes.
Do you know if after you took it, they withdrew it?
I don't know, and I don't think that matters because I think it serves its primary purpose regardless.
So as you sit here today, you are unaware whether they've withdrawn that model or not.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what you mean by withdrawn either, but I don't think that's relevant to my use of it.
All right. Who made the changes to this model, to the Montgomery model in your shop?
The sensitivity run, I had a staff person, worked closely with a staff person on this.
And who was that?
Mohammed Nassar.
Anyone else?
No. Well, so there was one other person who helped only with converting chloride to TDS, the plots from chloride to TDS, because the model outputs chloride. And the primary person was on vacation. So I had someone else help me with some preparation of some plots.
Did you do any of the work yourself?
I initially helped with some of the slant well inputs to the model, and then thereafter I worked very closely with staff to prepare this. And I directed staff and told them what to do.
All right. You can go on to slide 41, please. All right, and here we were a little confused, but you suggest that the EKI's groundwater model for the Monterey subbasin, which is referred to here as the MBGWFM. There's too many acronyms in this matter already. Is poorly calibrated in the dune sand aquifer, is your comment here. And you say that the MPWSP MW hydrographs demonstrate the Leffler model, and it's in your slides here. That's why I'm referring to it as the Leffler model. Are better calibrated than the MBGWFM model. So when you define it here when you're referring to Ms. Or the EKI model, isn't it true that that model was used to assess the water budget for the Monterey Subbasin and the Monterey Subbasin GSPs? Wasn't that the purpose for that model?
I don't recall the exact, what they stated about the exact purpose in the GSP model. I know that in this proceeding, it was used to talk about cross-boundary flows and therefore sustainable yield analyses. But yeah, I don't recall what they stated exactly in the GSP.
Isn't it true that the Monterey GSP model you're referring to here was not developed or ever used to assess the effects of the project on the Monterey Subbasin?
I don't know if it was or not.
All right, well, you say the hydrographs presented in this figure here, your slide here 41, indicate the Monterey Subbasin model is poorly calibrated, correct?
That's what it says.
All right, and this is your slide, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, you typed this slide or prepared
Yes, I
this
did.
slide? Okay. Do you have any background on evaluating groundwater models?
Yes. And perhaps to be more clear, it should say, because that's specific to what the slide is saying, better calibrated than MBG WFM model in the dune sand aquifer.
Do you think the validity of a model should be assessed based on hydrographs from a few wells, or do you think the statistics of all the wells in a model domain should be utilized to evaluate if a model is well calibrated?
So these monitoring wells that I'm showing here range from right at the shoreline in MW1S to, I think it's about 4 miles inland in MW6S, relatively close to the boundary between the two subbasins. And so this model was used to, make certain statements and claims about cross-boundary flows in this proceeding, which were then subsequently further referred to in terms of sustainable yield analyses. That's, I think for the purpose of what I'm using it here for, this is relevant.
Have you reviewed the calibration statistics for the Monterey Subbasin flow model presented in the Monterey GSP?
Yes, I believe I provided comments on that.
Do you know that there were over 600 wells used to calibrate the Monterey Subbasin flow model?
I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that the Monterey GSP has a relative root mean square error of 1.5%, which is lower than the relative root mean squared error of 3.58 in the CalAm WB SSM model?
That's because that particular statistic here is very misleading. It has a range of observations on the order of 800 feet because it includes the whole upland area, inland area of Monterey Subbasin. And so that greatly distorts that statistic you just cited because the range is so large. So I don't believe that's an accurate characterization, especially as regards the dune sand aquifer in that model.
All right. I don't think that's what I was claiming, but we'll keep going here. You claim that your variable density model is better calibrated than the Monterey GSP and the dune sand aquifer in the Monterey Subbasin. Is that correct?
That's what these hydrographs are showing.
Have you compared the statistics of the two models in the dune sand aquifer within the Monterey Subbasin?
Well, again, you're talking about certain statistics that are misleading. And so you can't just cite one statistic for 600 wells that has an 800-foot range. I'm referring to a specific area here in the dune sand aquifer that is illustrated by these hydrographs.
All right. Are you aware that the relative root mean squared error for the dune sand aquifer in the Monterey Subbasin GSP is 9.2%?
Again, I think you're talking about the GSP model here.
Yes.
I believe that statistic is greatly distorted by the range of observations.
So here's my next question. Would it surprise you to know that the relative root mean squared error in your variable density model for the dune sand aquifer in the Monterey subbasin is 27%?
I'm referring to a very specific area here along the boundary of the two subbasins, relevant to this issue of cross-boundary flows. And I'm referring to a very specific area here.
And so you think your model should be used over the approved GSP model that has, and when your model has a 3 times worse relative root mean squared error rate?
Well, I'm not taking your word for that statistic, and I'd want to look at all the calibration statistics. I think that, so this slide is to demonstrate a few things in terms of, there's the claim here that the Monterey subbasin GSP model is well calibrated as a whole and within individual model layers. And it's not well calibrated at all in this area of, from the CMEX area to 4 miles inland along the boundary of these two subbasins. And I believe the reason the claim is made that it's well calibrated is because there's a very large range. This statistic you're citing is heavily dependent on the range of observations of the wells that are included in that statistic. And if you limited the area to a more relevant area in the GSP model and redid that statistic, you'd get a much different result.
All right, let's move along. Can we go to slide 50, please? Based on this slide here, your model predicts that the project will increase outflows from the Monterey subbasin outside the area you have identified as seawater intruded by 222 acre-feet per year. Is that correct?
I believe most of that occurs not within the units that provide, the aquifers that provide water supply to wells, MCWD wells.
But your model shows 222 acre-feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your model also shows that the project will increase outflows from the Monterey subbasin by 938 acre-feet per year within the area you have identified as seawater intruded within the Monterey subbasin, correct?
Yes, in the high salinity water area, yes.
There's data from Fort Ord indicate that the groundwater in the dune sand aquifer in the upper 180-foot aquifer is fresh within the area you have identified as seawater intruded.
Yeah, I would have to look at how that number that you see there is broken down between the different aquifers.
Mr. Wilkins, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you used the number, and the slide's small on my screen, but you used the number 938. So you were referring to the eastern orange arrow and not the western orange arrow that had additional export still from the basin that's closer to the coast? Just so that the record's clear as to what you were talking about.
Can we zoom in to Ms. Mullen? That might help. Thank you. There we go.
So there's actually 2 orange arrows, and I think you were referring to the eastern one. I just wanted to make sure.
Trying to circle it with my mouse on my screen and realizing that nobody can see that other than me.
Yeah.
So yes.
Thank you.
Well, as it doesn't appear you know the answer to that at this moment. Do you know why the Regional Water Quality Control Board required that contamination in these aquifers be remediated at a cost for $300 million if they are fully seawater intruded?
Again, I would have to look at the, the number that you see there includes all model layers. So I would need to see, look at what the migration is within the individual layers. But to be clear, I don't think 938 is even the right number for the question you're asking, because the extent of high salinity water in the dune sand and upper 180 under existing conditions extends beyond those capture zones. And so I don't think you'd need a new analysis. I mean, I don't think this analysis gets at what you're asking.
All right. Okay, well, we don't have time for that right now. So do you think the increases in outflows from the Monterey subbasin caused by the project in these aquifers should be discounted?
I don't think that's part of the, to determine sustainability of the basin and whether it's, meeting sustainable management criteria. I mean, cross-boundary flows are not an SMC. So they're not, that's not part of the sustainability criteria for the basin.
So what basically, I think what you're saying is that the cross-boundary flows from the Monterey subbasin into the 180-foot aquifer do not affect the sustainable yield within the Monterey subbasin or increase in the outflows. Are you saying that's irrelevant?
I don't think the numbers we're seeing here in terms of, really the slide you should be looking at is the 24 acre feet per year from the aquifers that actually produce water from this basin. It's a negligible amount of water. And again, it's not part of the sustainable management criteria. If you want to talk about sustainability of the basin, it's not based on computer simulations. It's based on sustainable management criteria and things that you measure in the field.
Well, this figure shows your model calculates over 15,000 acre feet of outflows are occurring from the Monterey subbasin into the 180-foot aquifer subbasin along the model boundary just within the model domain. Is that correct? You see the 10, you can just add those up quickly, I think.
Yeah, with the vast majority of that occurring within the seawater intruded zone.
What numbers are you adding that are within the seawater intruded zone?
Well, maybe I should ask what numbers you're adding first.
Well, I'm looking at the arrows here that are going from the Monterey to the 18400, and there's how many do you see?
Well, I see 3, I believe.
Okay, and what the 2 that are inside the seawater intrusion zone, what cross boundary flows do they show?
Well, I see a 586 and a 938.
Okay, and well, and then we have, but I guess what I asked you, the question wasn't with the project. What I was asking you about, and maybe that's why there's a miscommunication here. The figure shows that the outflows in the subbasin along the boundary within the model domain are over 15,000. So I'm asking you about the bigger numbers there. Scenario 1B numbers or 3B numbers, not the minuses. You see that?
Okay.
I'm not asking about the project's effects. I'm asking about the fact that there's over 15,000 acre feet of outflows occurring from the Monterey subbasin into the 180-foot aquifer. That's what I asked you about. You see that?
Yeah, I would say in general, I think that, numbers like this coming from a model for cross-boundary flows, there's a lot of uncertainty in those numbers. I know that the 180-400 subbasin has a much lower number for this in their analysis. So I think there's, a lot of uncertainty in those bigger numbers you're talking about.
So whose water budget analysis are we looking at here?
Well, this is the Cal-Am one, but it would apply to any model really. I don't think this is the best use of this particular model. I think this model is best suited to looking at the difference of project, without project for the key questions that are being asked in this proceeding.
Do you know
So
that
I don't consider this to be really be one of them, but if it is considered that, I don't think this is, again, sustainability of the basin is not based on these numbers. It's based on the 6 sustainable management criteria, which do not include these numbers.
All right. Are you aware that the Monterey GSP estimates the total estimated recharge in the entire Monterey subbasin is approximately 10,000 acre feet?
Perhaps I'd have to go back and check those numbers.
So I guess the purpose for this is, assuming that's true, then the total amount of recharge within the entire subbasin over the course of the entire year, there are more cross-boundary flows from the Monterey into the 180-foot aquifer under your model. And as I understand it, you don't think that's really relevant to sustainability.
I don't, you're comparing 2 different models and now you're really going far afield. You can't compare 2 different models because you may have different recharge, you got different hydraulic conductivities, you got different gradient. I mean, everything is different. So it's not a valid comparison.
Let's move on then. Let's go to the next slide, 51, please.
If I might, we've been going an hour.
We have, correct?
All right, I'm glad our watches match. So the question is, how much longer, and is it a good moment to let the witness rest for a second?
That's a good question, Mr. Wilkins.
I'm thinking hopefully less than 15 minutes. It just kind of depends on, I have questions on cross-boundary flow, sustainability, a couple more here on, wait, hold on, did I cover all that? No, so yeah, just a couple more on that, then some issues relating to Mr. Loeffler's criticisms of MCWD's TDS initial concentrations, and then a couple, so maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes, hopefully.
Well, let me ask this. Well, first of all, Mr. Wilkins, just so you know, if I'm not sure that the questioning, I know you've done some extensively, but on the cross-boundary flows, I'm not sure how productive it is, but I'll give you a chance to, it sounds like you're finishing up in any case. But I will turn to Mr. Loeffler, since you are in the hot seat. Would you like a 5 to 10 minute break, or are you prepared to power through for another 15 minutes?
I'd appreciate a break. Yeah, that'd be great.
I think that's fair and humanitarian.
Oh, no objection to that. I just was giving it.
No, I didn't think it was me trying to save time. Let's go ahead and take a 10 minute break. We'll return back at 3:05.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get that really hot weather, Chip, when you were in Europe?
No, I was very fortunate. We were in the Alps for the first 10 days while the really hot weather was in Italy. And by the time we got to Italy, it was in the upper 80s. So I want to say it was nice. I mean, it was still hot and muggy, but we were not there during the misery and we weren't staying in any populated areas really.
Yeah.
We were in Puglia, which was obviously warmer.
Oh, that's where my daughter went also this year to Puglia.
We have
Oh,
I have a close friend who has a place in, oh my gosh, I can't even think of that. But my brain is so fried right now. I can't even think of the name of it. But it's just a little south of Lecce, if you know where it is. It's Galatone or Galatone. Galatone, that's the name of the town.
Okay.
Very close to the coast. So swam in the Adriatic and then swam over in Ionian and then was in all the Ionian, the Aegean, and the Adriatic, I think, at one point, boating and going into little caves, and it was really beautiful there.
Cool.
So yeah, a very nice trip. Except for the first week doing these remote hearings, my wife was like going and bringing me back food to the room, and that was but it worked out.
Good.
I will say that the Alps are absolutely amazing.
I'll whine that the problem with a career is I haven't been to that region since after the summer after law school.
Yeah, well, I hadn't either. So until I got my kids now in college, and now I just have one who's over in London this year, and then in Paris
cool.
next year, and Spain the following year. I'm like, honey, I will come over and visit you every year. I love you that much.
My two studied in Edinburgh and Brisbane, and I went and visited them both for exactly that reason.
Yeah, that's because we care so much.
Absolutely.
Sounds like my children are only 8 and 10, so I have to train them to go somewhere good someday.
Studying abroad is well worth it for the parents, notwithstanding the cost.
All right, we are back. It is 3:06, and I will turn things back over to you, Mr. Wilkins, to continue your cross-examination of Mr. Leffler.
I'm going to surprise you and say I've gone over my notes and I'm done. So I'm going to give it back to you and give you back some time. I think I took my hour and I don't need to.
Thank you. I think you stayed, about within your estimate. So there we have it. So with that, that may have surprised you as well, Mr. Osias. I think maybe I have one. It's probably appropriate for me to ask my one question from the AHO before we go to redirect. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Osias?
Yes, please. And had I known that, I would have asked for an additional 5 to 10 minutes.
Right, to think about it. That's
get
what
my
I thought.
notes together for organizational sake, at least.
And we may want to do that anyway, but
And I certainly would have been chatting up Mr. Wilkins.
I have one question, and it's not necessarily for Mr. Leffler, although he may be able to answer it. And it's not I'm not sure it's a deep question. It's probably more of a question about modeling and how it works. And I think the point's been emphasized, but I'm going to turn to my team. There was a figure that with my team, we talked about over the lunch break. Does one of you have an exhibit number and a page number for the pictures we were looking at? We looked at them earlier on cross-examination, I believe of Dr. Ye, related to TDS levels. And then we talked about them extensively with respect to the county's seawater intrusion line. There was a dashed line.
Yeah.
So I'm specifically looking to my team, but if anyone else wants to take a guess.
You're referring to the model simulated TDS concentration after 25 years.
Correct.
Scenario 1B and 3B upper 180-foot aquifer.
And where can we find that? Where might Ms. Mullen go? to show us that?
That's in Dr.
Gonna be in
Ye's.
Cal Am 187. And then if we're looking at the revised or the second revised that went in today, I believe it is page 87.
So possibly Cal Am 187, page 87.
Possibly.
Let's give it a shot, please, Ms. Mullen. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Burchard.
You're welcome.
This is page 70, just for my notes.
I believe it's page 87, is it not?
It is.
Oh, 87. Thank you.
Page 87 of Cal Am 187.
Yeah.
Revised. So I was a little surprised, and I'm not going to do this in the lawyer questioning way. It's just to say, I was somewhat surprised when this came up on cross-examination to observe, and I think it was brought up on cross, that the counties, well, what's marked on the map as initial TDS concentration contour, which we came to understand is based on the county's mapping of the extent of seawater intrusion to the level of 1500 mg per liter, is depicted on the map in both scenario 1B and scenario 3B, although I think it's more interesting in scenario 1B, is depicted on the map to be more easterly than what I understand is the model results for initial TDS, both initial TDS concentrations at 1500 mg per liter and then after 25 years. So my understanding generally is that, at least according to the model, the seawater intrusion never reaches the dashed line that the county depicts as the current or existing conditions. And I just was curious to hear more about why that might be so, just based on the data. And then second of all, does that raise any concerns about the model results, or does it not? I would be interested to know more about that. And I'm not sure which expert is in the best position to testify with respect to that question. So I would invite any one of you to chime in or ask me to clarify my question if I haven't been perfectly clear, which I'm sure I have not.
Well, maybe I can start, and then Dr. Ye or Mr. Durbin can add on. So I think one of the fundamental issues here is that, we were never a proponent to an upper 180 and lower 180 foot aquifer. I mean, that is not relevant to most of this area of the seawater intrusion. You really have just one aquifer, and that's the way I believe the county water agency sees it. That's the way we see it. And so we've sort of artificially divided this up into two separate aquifers. And the reality is that I think we have more of a seawater intrusion wedge within a single aquifer. And so this 180 foot aquifer in this main part of the basin is, as you go inland, you have more of a discrepancy with higher salinity at lower levels and lower salinity at higher levels within that aquifer, as would be defined by a seawater intrusion wedge. And so with that, I think it's treated as one aquifer. And, generally speaking, if you have a seawater intrusion wedge and the lower portion of the aquifer is highly saline, that whole aquifer is treated as seawater intruded. And so I think by, in part by sort of artificially introducing this distinction in this aquitard, in these multiple layers in this area, we create, kind of two aquifers in this area. And now we're starting to look at them sort of separately. So I think it's a little bit of an artifact of that situation. And so you may have some different flow dynamics going on, you know, in that layer that constitutes the upper aquifer compared to the lower. And I think if you looked at the lower 180-foot aquifer, you'd see a greater extent of this intrusion in the lower 180-foot aquifer. There may also be the fact that this is not a transient model, and it's a steady state model, and it's based on, you know, kind of a snapshot of years, and I'm not sure how well that sort of represents what has happened historically in terms of the gradient and all, you know, the differences. I mean, you get tremendous variation in the gradients just annually. In the summer, during the irrigation pumping and higher urban pumping season, it's much steeper. And so I think there's some question about how well a steady state model can simulate this. Now, what does that mean to our results? Again, I think the most important use of this model and what we're really looking at here is a difference between with project and without project. And what is the difference? So I still think it's useful and helpful in that regard. And so I think, you know, we can look at those results, and that's what we should focus on. So I guess with that, I'll let, if Dr. Ye or Mr. Durbin want to.
Perhaps just a quick pause, because again, I didn't have a chance to get ready for redirect, but the next page shows the lower 180. Okay. So while we are hearing that answer, we might as well see if it's different.
Let's please, Ms. Mullen, if we, I was going to ask, but then I was afraid to ask if anyone knew, but it sounds like you know.
Well, because I just looked and listening to the answer, I pulled up my exhibit. So the purple line in the left upper square now, in some places is closer than in the lower, and in some places is past the county line, and obviously it's different still.
And maybe what I'll do is I'll repeat that, and Dr. Ye and Mr. Durbin, if you have anything to add after I make this repetition, I hope it's hopefully a repeating back of what I heard from Mr. Loeffler, please do jump in. But I think I heard a couple things, and I want to just verify my understanding, Mr. Loeffler. One is, you made the distinction, which we can now see here, that there's this distinction that has been made for modeling purposes for various reasons that you may or may not agree with, between the lower and the upper 180-foot aquifer. And so to look at the different, we're sort of looking at slices here, but if you could, I actually was visualizing if you could have a 3D model, if we were really cool and it was CSI or whatever, we had a 3D model and you could look at the wedge, it would look a little different. So here we have a kind of a different footprint, if you will, or a different slice out of the aquifer versus what we just looked at on the previous page, which was the upper 180-foot aquifer. Does that, as to your first point, does that somewhat fit with what your first point was with respect to the wedge and the upper and lower distinction?
Yeah, I think so. It's
in my muddled.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure I completely followed, but I think so.
That's okay. It's my lawyer brain is working. And then the second point you made, which I think I hope I also understood, is that this is not a transient model. So this is as a steady state model, it's a snapshot of years. It doesn't necessarily capture the variation and gradients that may occur in different parts of the year. And then I think also you said that may occur, there may be differences in the I don't know, but differences in the years of data used to create the county's dashed line, and then the data used to create as input into the model in that snapshot that I think, as you referred it to. Is that somewhat accurate? Your second point?
Yeah, well, of course, the county line is a culmination of, you know, I don't know, almost 100 years of seawater intrusion. And so during that time, you've had a range of gradients, you know, on average and seasonally, as I mentioned. And so to get to the point where we are today has, you know, is nearly 100 years of hydrology and variations in gradients and pumping and so forth. So we're trying to simulate with a steady state model that's based on this very narrow 2019 to 2021 period.
Mm.
And so how that relates to what has driven this historically is hard to say. And that's part of the reason I referenced, a transient model, would, probably be more representative of how this would look, than a steady state model based on a narrow series of years. But again, I think generally speaking, from a perspective of, with and without project, that, we still get some very useful results. And, as I see it, is the key to the questions that are trying to be answered in this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Leffler. And I think you verified my last point, which is to be that my understanding of your last point, which is that really the I don't want to say the best use of the model, maybe it's the best use, but the appropriate use of these models are in the comparison between the no project and the with project alternative. And that's really what the model is intended to do with respect to answering the questions that are before us, is intended to answer those questions with respect to the comparison between the two. Is that generally accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. I think this answers my question, but Dr. Ye or Mr. Durbin, do you have anything that you would like to add that you think might be helpful for my understanding here?
I don't have anything to add on.
Okay, thank you.
The one thing that, well, two things I'd add. First of all, I think that to emphasize that the with and without project is really what we're interested in here. But to just add another possible reason for this, in that the seawater intrusion has been something that very much relates to past groundwater pumping in the basin. And in general, there's been a downward trend in pumping. Exactly how much, I'd have to dig up my old phase 1 report to look at some figures there to just see. But also right in the middle of this area is the CSIP project, and that has been receiving recycled wastewater and also diversions from the Salinas River. And that's relatively new to this area, so that it could be an explanation of why things appear to be getting better, because the pumping is going down for a number of reasons, just more efficient water use and also CSIP.
Thank you, Mr. Durbin. I mean, it's good news. I was surprised to see this for for reasons of interest other than this particular proceeding. So thank you to the three of you for that explanation. I really appreciate it. Mr. Osias, do you need a break to collect your thoughts with respect to redirect?
Yes, I wish it was only to collect my thoughts, but actually it's to try to collect the documents that have been referenced, so that, I mean, I'm gonna, no offense meant, Mr. Wilkins, but I'm gonna probably have a Mr. Wilkins episode or two where I say, I know there was a slide up that showed X and I can't remember the page number or something. So if I can try to minimize those by going through my stream of consciousness, well, you can't see on the camera, but I got notes here of what everybody was looking at. And then I can go back. I know what topics I want to cover, but I'm not
right
facile yet with the exhibits that will speed that along. So I could use some time. Obviously, I think your goal and mine would be to try to get finished.
Okay.
So I'm cognizant of that today. I mean,
yes.
with these witnesses. So maybe 12 minutes. That would take us to 3:35. Actually, 3:36 now, but
Why don't I just give you an even 15?
okay. Thank you very much.
We'll go to 3:39. And we'll
Perfect.
see all of you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. You can take a nap.
Somebody was not on mute, and two cameras are on, Bob Moore's and Tim Durbin's.
Bob, you need to go on mute and turn off your camera right now.
My camera, oh, gotcha.
I'm not hiding.
I think I've seen you walk through that back wall, Mr. Osias. It's a good trick.
Yeah,
Like
that
Harry
means I'm nearly a ghost given my age.
All right, I think we're back on the record here, and you are in the hot seat, Mr. Osias. Are you at this time prepared to begin redirect? I'm not sure what order you want to go in. It's entirely up to you, but redirect of your witnesses.
So, without objecting to the word prepared, I'm ready to start. And I also am cognizant of the time, so I propose the following, which I don't think will be a problem, but you'll tell me. I will try to go by topic. I have about 5 topics maybe. I'll direct my question to one of my 3 experts who I think is best able. But when they finish their answer, I'd like to just call on the other 2 to see if they have anything to add. And that would therefore perhaps end the need to go one by one and go over the same material.
That certainly makes sense to me. Is there any concern about that procedure from the room?
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. No concern for Marina Coast, so long as the witnesses who are responding testified regarding that topic at some point today. It's been a panel. Everyone's been able to answer every question. I don't think it would be appropriate to be calling on other experts to recross or redirect as to questions that they did not respond to earlier.
So I don't know that I agree with that, but we shouldn't argue about a generality. I actually think my redirect can go to new topics raised on cross that they didn't testify on direct. So we'll see if there's an objection as I go.
Let's see if there's an objection. I'm following what the concern you raised, Mr. Bouchard, and I'm also following Mr. Osias, what you're saying, and then and then there's hearing officer discretion where I want to know the answer. So let's just proceed. And Mr. Bouchard, I know you won't be shy about letting us know when you have an area of concern. So let's go with that. So with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Osias.
Thank you.
First
And
topic.
so let's see, I said I was ready because I printed something. I'd like to start, and I'll try to do this each time with the topic, which is the return water. So, and where did I put my summary of that? If we could look at exhibit 177, Cal-Am exhibit 177, please. PDF page 169, I believe. All right, I'm going to declare success and go home. And let me start with Dr. Ye. And do you remember being asked questions about this exhibit?
Yes.
And you'll see, it's very small print now, but maybe you'll remember even. In the legend, there's an explanation that this is the 6% return water scenario. And it involved in parentheses 1,043 acre feet per year. Do you either see that or remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And just for foundation, 6% is the residual if you had 94% OWP?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you were asked by Mr. Bouchard with this picture on the screen, geez, there's 200 acre feet of extra water. Do you remember that question?
remember.
Okay. And he asked you where it went, and I don't recall your answer, but it was something like, I don't know. Do you remember what you said?
I think it's the some additional wells in that general area.
Well, let me go now to where he started and how he got to the 200, which was CalAm Exhibit 67.
And Mr. Osias, just for my information on where we're going, are we going to examine the fact that the 200 is the wrong, I think, the wrong number? Are we
Okay.
going in that direction?
I'm going to show you that not
Just
only
based on math, not based on legal analysis.
no, it's not based on legal analysis.
Yeah, okay.
It's a false premise that the witness was led into.
Well, I don't even know about that. I just meant I think the math is wrong. But
Well,
maybe we'll
okay.
get there too.
Yeah, the math is wrong, but it's irrelevant because the concept of extra is wrong.
All right. Here
So
we
we
are.
start, you're questioning, we should show the front page. I was insistent on that when other witnesses were up, so everyone can see. Page 1, this is, if you'll scroll down. So this is the return water settlement agreement. Do you see that, Dr. Ye?
Yes.
Okay, now if we could go right back to the page you were on.
Now we're testing Ms. Bowles, but oh, she had it. She knew what page that was.
She's very good. I'm not. So if we could go down to recital DD. Actually, stop right there, even though this wasn't shown before. There was an acronym used, and I had an objection to Mr. Spalding about the word Castroville. So I want to avoid the same mistake, even though that's easier to say. You'll see on the top of the screen, CCSD, which stands for Castroville Community Services District. Do you see that, Dr. Ye?
Yes.
Okay, so now we can continue down to recital DD, because I believe it's referenced in there. Okay. And you were asked to read recital DD, and especially the currently relies on groundwater phrase for the 780 acre foot. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we could scroll up to recital Q, which should be on the page before. And the purpose of having you look at recital Q is you can see a separate acronym that also begins with the word Castroville, but it's the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project known as CSIP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, then if we can go back to recital KK, which I believe is 2 pages forward. Nope, too far. It's exactly at the bottom of the page before. Okay. Without making you digest this whole paragraph, if you'll read a little bit of it to yourself, does this recital address delivering return water to both CSIP and CCSD?
Yes.
And then if we could go to section 2, which I believe is 2 pages forward. Let's go back 1 page. Okay, okay, so here's section 2, which is now out of the recitals. And in this mandatory project component, it's addressing who Cal-Am will deliver return water to. And if we then go to section E9, which I think is the next page. So it's 2E9, but we're going to lose the 2 when we change pages. So keep going. All right, so I was wrong. Yeah, we keep scrolling until we see E, and then there'll be, maybe it's in 9. There we go. There's, okay. So I'm wrong. It was page 9. It's 2E and F. Do you see section 2E, Dr. Ye?
Yes.
And that's a delivery obligation to CCSD, correct?
Yes.
And then you see 2G. It's just down the same, it's on the same page as the letter G.
Yes.
And if CCSD doesn't get all the water, where does the extra go?
The CSIP area.
Okay. So the question about more water than CCSD was not a complete question. And I assume you probably didn't remember all these provisions if you ever knew them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can take this down. Well, actually, I should pause, Ms. Kinsey. I'm sorry, let me do what I said I was going to do. Does Mr. Leffler or Mr. Durbin have anything to add to the answer?
No.
And I'm willing to also say, do you have any questions about this, Ms. Kinsey?
No, thank you.
Dr. Ye, where is the CSIP area?
Well, it's a very large area, like in the Castroville area.
And they have, it said recharge. So are you familiar at all with what they do?
No.
Okay. Mr. Leffler, are you familiar with what they do?
No, I don't know the details, but I wonder if Mr. Durbin does.
Well, I'm going in order, so I may strike out because I only get 3 strikes here. But Mr. Durbin, do you know what CSIP does?
CSIP delivers, or to CSIP, water is delivered to growers from diversions from this Salinas River at the River Dam, which is sort of near Marina on the river, and from the sewage recycled wastewater.
And the large area that Dr. Ye referenced around Castroville, are you able to be any more specific than that to help out the hearing officer?
It's, I have a shape file, so I'm sort of remembering where it is, but a lot of it is to the south of the city of Castroville.
Thank you. And I think you heard the question about recharge. What do they do with recharge? Or what is that? Why do they recharge? Maybe that's a better question.
Well, it's in lieu recharge by cessation of pumping.
I see. So
Either by the service district or by the agricultural producers.
and does in lieu recharge involve accepting water in lieu of pumping groundwater, so it has a hydrology equivalent of turning off a well?
It is, yes.
Okay. So that's all I had on that topic. If we can turn to Cal-Am exhibit 192. This will be Mr. Durbin's slides. You remember these slides, Mr. Durbin?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and if we could go to slide 39. And you remember that you were questioned about this USGS slide?
I do, yes.
Did you intend to surprise anyone by putting this slide up?
I didn't.
Could we put up Cal-Am exhibit 145? And go to page 30.
If we could just scroll down so I know what we're
sure.
talking about and who wrote it.
Yeah.
And then what was the page?
30.
Thank you.
Are we in Cal-Am 135?
No, that looked like 145. So
I'm sorry, that's what I asked for, 145. I'm sorry. Is that what we're in?
What
And
it
we're
looked like.
on page 30. Can I see the whole page? There's some text I was looking for. This isn't it. This is a table.
We looked at the front cover and it doesn't appear that Mr. Durbin wrote this. So I'm not sure how this is going to be relevant to any of Mr. Durbin's written testimony. I would just like to know where we're going. Because my complaint was that the slides were not related to any of Mr. Durbin's written testimony. And I don't see how this has anything to do with that.
Well, I'll explain in 1 minute, but give me 1 second first to find, because I'm on the wrong page.
Find the page. Yeah.
This doesn't have a page number. So this is PDF page 30, right?
Yeah, Ms. Mullen, if you can,
I believe there's a document with a page 30. Exhibit 1.
PDF page 36 he's looking for.
Page 36, please. Thank you, Mr. Burchard. Well. I think
You're looking
this
for
is
PDF page 36.
last time we've been right.
There we are.
Thank you.
Now, to go to Mr. Pardon me? To go to Mr. Brochard's question, besides being independently admissible, so we don't have a fight in a few minutes, because it's an official report, it was also a report that was provided to the other side and referenced. And so that's all I intended to do with this exhibit. And this is back in June. And if we could then go to Cal-Am exhibit 158.
I assume we should do the same here. Can we scroll down and see who prepared this? Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Okay. And page 60. I'm hoping this is figure 1. So I'm just going to ask him if he recognizes it for a moment. I'll give Mr. Burchard an opportunity to comment in a second. But do you recognize this figure, Mr. Durbin?
I do.
Okay.
So my comment, Ms. Kinsey, on the entire line is going to be Mr. Durbin was supposed to be providing a summary of Mr. Durbin's written testimony. And us looking at technical memorandums that were not authored by Mr. Durbin and are not referenced in Mr. Durbin's written testimony is not relevant.
So, well, it's clearly relevant, but I had a more simplistic purpose here, which I'm going to go back to his slides for a minute. Because Mr. Burchard asked Mr. Durbin if he prepared the slide, and he said, yes, in part, but this came from Dr. Ye, was part of his answer. Okay, and I wanted you to know how long this has been in their possession before they raised a fuss, which it sounds like they're going to.
So let me see if I follow along. Your memory might be better than mine, Mr. Asias. So Mr. Durbin testified with respect to his own slides that some materials came from Dr. Ye, and what we're looking at now are these materials that came from Dr. Ye that Mr. Durbin referenced in his testimony.
Right. If we go back to his,
not exactly.
Let's go back to his
difference of opinion. So let's wait for a second, Mr. Asias, and then Mr. Burchard, I'll give you a chance to respond. What is your understanding?
I wanted to go back to the slide so we could compare it.
Oh, go back to Mr. Durbin's slide.
Yes, yes, Mr. Durbin's slide.
All right, let's go to Mr. Durbin's slide and at least have that on our tab. What is the reference for that?
I believe it's 43. That was in 192.
Just for the record, I was a co-author on this report. It wasn't shown.
Oh, it didn't. We didn't scroll all the way. Maybe it was on page 2, the signature block. Thank you, Mr. Leffler. And then Mr. Burchard, please go ahead.
Oh, wait, let's get the slide up.
So this is not what we just looked at. It's a modification of it, which he could have just stated. He doesn't have to ask Mr. Durbin. That's what Mr. Durbin testified to, that this was created in league with Dr. Ye, but it doesn't change the fact that none of these slides are actually summaries of Mr. Durbin's written phase 3 testimony.
So I have 2 responses for you, Ms. Kinsey. One is to quote to you from the May 30, 2023 order. And the other is to ask Mr. Durbin why he prepared these slides after receiving the rebuttal. Which would you like to hear first?
I would like to hear the first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
And
I'm
then we'll
reading.
decide on the second.
I'm reading from the May 30, 2023 order of the administrative hearing officer. Quote, each witness's summary slides shall summarize the witness's written proposed direct testimony and written proposed rebuttal testimony with citations to the pages and paragraph numbers of the written proposed testimony and any other relevant exhibits. Each witness may include a maximum of 3 additional slides that summarize the witness's responses to written proposed rebuttal testimony and related exhibits submitted by the other side's witnesses, which relates to my number 2.
So are you saying that this is one of the 3 special slides?
Yes.
Okay. This is new to me, the 3 special slides. All right. Mr. Burchard, go ahead.
For the record, I asked Mr. Durbin what these slides were directed at, and he said it was directed at, I believe he said Dr. Kincaid's phase 2 testimony. Although he may have said Dr. Kincaid's phase 3 direct testimony. Either way, he certainly did not say anything about rebuttal testimony.
That's not my memory. We can ask him to clarify.
Well, let's ask him to clarify because this is redirect. We get to do that and read. So let's ask him to clarify and then we'll go from there.
So I'll start with the simple question that I'm sure you would like me to ask, which is,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Durbin, why did you prepare this slide?
They were prepared in rebuttal to written, I'm not sure the terms, the last written materials that the MCWD experts submitted, and there were criticisms of the profile work that I did, and I have criticisms of in turn of some of the work that showed up in particularly Dr. Kincaid's written testimony regarding profiles. And this was to address the issue that there are problems with the modeling results from Dr. Kincaid and others with respect to how their data plots on the profiles.
So if you disagreed with his criticisms of your profiles and you wanted to explain why you disagreed, is that what this slide relates to?
Yes.
Perhaps you better explain that, which is, how does this slide relate to faulty modeled criticisms or faulty modeled gradients? I apologize.
Need to go down to another slide. Let me let's see. Copy that I can thumb through. Ultimately, it goes to my slide 38.
I'll let him sit down and then we'll.
And 46. Actually, I go. Let's see, 30. Yes, actually go to 46.
3 slides further.
Yeah. So it goes to this slide and the 2 points that I'm making with regard to his work.
So maybe Roman, I don't know if we looked at this one before or not, because this is an MCWD model profile. And I think in your summary and in your cross, you were looking at the Cal-Am model profiles. So perhaps to let everyone know what this slide is.
Yeah, this slide, first of all, is this one happens to be the diagonal profile from the slant wells to the MCWD wells, and the profile information comes from the MCWD model, and the graph is just showing the profile. And then I've made, again, notations on the side number 1 and number 2 with respect to problems I think that this boundary condition created with respect to profiles.
So I have more profile questions, but I don't know if you wanted me to pause for a minute to let Mr. Burchard argue again.
I do. Let's see. One of the things is I don't want to, I realize we're gearing up for what I anticipate will be an evidentiary objection about the admissibility of some of these slides. But I don't want to deal with that now. On the other hand, we might as well get through some of the discussion about what these slides relate, we're talking to the witnesses now to the extent it's efficient, but maybe I'll turn to you, Mr. Burchard. I think I understand where you're going and I understand your concern. What do you, if you have a proposal about the most efficient way to handle this, or
I didn't ask Mr. Durbin any questions about this slide or protective gradients, so that's not proper redirect. The only, I guess, recross that I would have for Mr. Durbin is if we could just pull up the automated transcript, which I know is available, and we could just refresh Mr. Durbin's recollection as to what he testified about.
And I'll just note, because I think you'll remember, that the other cross-examiner spent a great deal of time on gradients. And I don't know that I'm limited to what Mr. Burchard asked, nor, frankly, are we limited to specific questions. The topic of the gradients and the defective, or let's just call it for a moment, the professional disagreement between Mr. Durbin and Dr. Kincaid about profiles was an important direct rebuttal. It's in all summary slides, and there was cross-examination on it. And I'll add what Mr. Loeffler said, which is he worked with Mr. Durbin both in phase 2. He had profiles in his testimony, and we tried to divide up time efficiently. So these could have been added to Mr. Loeffler's as well. I think they're important for the AHO, but we can go back to the automatic transcript now if that's what Mr. Burchard wants.
I'm not objecting to the slide 46, the profile slides. So I don't know why we're talking about.
To understand the profile slides, you need to understand why the heads are wrong.
well, let me resolve it this way, which is I think this is important testimony for my understanding. So regardless of the objection, I think I am going to allow the redirect. You will get a chance to recross Mr. Burchard. I don't think it makes sense at this time to go back to the transcript because it just is going to take more time. That doesn't set aside the possibility that reference to the transcript, if later you make an evidentiary motion or objection to the admission of certain slides, it may be helpful to reference those and we can look at those at that time. I don't want to short circuit you on your actual argument, but I think for purposes of today and going forward with Mr. Durbin, I'll say the objection is overruled, and I'll ask Mr. Osias to go ahead and continue on this line.
Thank you. So I have these in pairs, so I want to get the pairs right. So slide 46 is utilizing the MCWD model outputs to plot gradients. Is that correct?
Yes, for a particular scenario and a particular aquifer.
Okay, and that's in the title, which I think is lower 180-foot aquifer and scenarios B, 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to slide 14, this is where a toggle would be so handy. This is Cal-Am model profile, lower 180-foot aquifer scenarios B1, 2, and 3, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes, it is.
okay. And you correct any questions, but the shape of the three lines are similar. By that, I mean, some have a hump and some don't. In both slides 14 and slide 46, is that right?
Yes, the general pattern is similar.
Okay. And so even though they're from different models, the shapes are similar, not identical, but similar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe Ms. Meisenheimer sometimes referred to these lines as flow lines. What are these lines?
They're the elevation of the heads in a particular, well, in this case, the 180-foot aquifer along a particular profile line. So they're head elevations, not flow.
And I believe in, I don't know if you need to see it again, or you, Ms. Kunze, but in Cal-Am 179 PDF 12, we had the two profile lines, the diagonal one and the perpendicular to the coast.
I recall those, so if Mr. Durbin recalls those, I think we're fine.
And when you say slant, not slant wells, but the slanted line is from the slant wells to well 35, is that correct?
Yes, it goes in a northwest, southeast direction generally.
Okay, and so if you look on slide 14 here, and if those are elevations, as the elevation changes, is that what you mean by slope?
Yeah, so for a given line, if you pick an interval of interest and you look at the horizontal distance and the change in elevation, and the ratio there gives you the slope.
And if the slope is higher on the left side than the right side of the slide, does that depict a landward or a seaward gradient?
Well, it depends on which line you're looking at. And of course, the green line, which is B1, it's all landward. But the effect of the project is to the left of about 4,000, 3,000 feet from the slant wells. The gradient is seaward, and then it transitions to a landward gradient.
So the width project lines have two different gradients, is that correct?
Yes, if you look at different segments of the profile, the westward segment has a seaward gradient, and the eastward segment has a landward gradient.
Okay, and if we can go back to slide 46. And so at least those, the characteristics of landward gradient for the 1B and the seaward gradient for a distance, short distance inland, and then a landward gradient for the balance is
Same
produced by
pattern.
both models, correct?
Yes, same pattern for both models.
Okay. And I think because it gets confusing, this is not a line that's perpendicular from the shore. It's therefore a result of two vectors.
Yes, it's the, when I was asked yesterday in cross-examination about flow, I described that this represents flow in this plane, and it's a component of the actual flow that is diagonal or diagonal in the map view to this plane, and of course, correspondingly, there's a flow component normal to the plane.
Okay, if we could go to slide 26. This is the CalAm model with the profile that is perpendicular to the coast, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Same aquifer, same scenarios.
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to slide 58. And what is this?
This is the same scenario, same aquifer, but with the MCWD model. One thing I might note on here is that as we've been looking at these comparisons between CalAm and MCWD local models, there's a significantly different spacing between the green line and the with project lines in the MCWD model profile than in the CalAm model profile. And as I said in my testimony yesterday, this is caused by the problem with the boundary conditions that were used in the MCWD model.
Is the spacing, well, not sure how to ask this question. Does the MCWD model results and the CalAm model results for the same profile without the project? Do they end up in different places at different distances?
So the green line on the two?
Yes. So you have to compare 26 to 58.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that. That's not something I've ever extracted. The one thing I would say about the two, that on this perpendicular section, as far as gradients, there's essentially no difference in the gradients with and without projects, and that's considerably more true when you look at the CalAm model results.
So that's 26. Let's go back to 26.
Yes. So here you can see that the green and orange lines are much closer together, and the slopes are essentially the same everywhere.
And at least to my eye, this line is more sharply angled. Are the scales the same? Let's go back to.
Yes, they should be. I think we did that intentionally. So it goes from 3 to -20. So here, once you go to 40, whatever.
No, 58. 58 is the companion.
And it goes from what did I say? Where was the right?
The scales are the same, but this line looks a little less steep. That's all I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
it does. Yeah. So the two models have a difference there.
Okay. On the profiles under either model, is there a picture of a protective head?
Well, in some of the profiles, well, in all the profiles with both models, the without project has no protective heads or gradients, and that would be expressed, if that were to be present, it would be expressed as a hump, such that there was a seaward gradient on one side of the hump and a landward gradient on the other side. But my recollection, I'm going to have to go through all these slides to make sure, but my recollection is that every one of them does not have a hump, and except that the with project, some of the with project profiles do have a hump, which would represent that the project had created a protective gradient.
So perhaps I can direct you to slide 20 to refresh your recollection. This is now the dune sand and not the 180.
Correct.
And at the risk of asking an obvious question, is this what you mean by a hump?
Well, it certainly is a hump, and it's the elevated caused by the elevated groundwater levels on top of the FOSVA. I think I actually like to see the figure that's 4A, whatever slide that is.
This looks like 4G.
This is 4G, so we need to go back however many slides to 4A.
Thank you.
There you go. So this would be an example where now on this particular profile, a hump has been generated by the project pumping.
Okay, and if we could look at 32.
Now this is a different profile. Was that your intent?
Yes, this is the perpendicular profile in the dune sand aquifer.
And this is CalM model, and all the lines are profile lines are right on top of each other, and so on this particular for this particular aquifer, the project has absolutely no impact on the profile.
Okay, and I think its companion is slide 64, and then I'm finished with this topic.
So this is the same profile in the Dunedin aquifer, and it basically is showing the same thing. The hump is significantly different shape, due to the various differences between the CalAm and MCWD model, but the without project and with project lines are on top of each other.
And Mr. Leffler, do you have any, I know you had testimony about profiles in phase 2. Do you have anything to add to Mr. Durbin's?
No, I don't.
And Dr. Ye?
I don't.
Thank you. Okay, I have one last topic for you, Mr. Durbin, at least specifically to you, dealing with heterogeneity and fingers. Maybe fingers is an easier word to use. That you remember being cross-examined about. We can take this down. I apologize. That way we can see each other better. There was a variety of questions to you about fingers. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And I guess my question is, how do you interpret transport model results in a heterogeneous groundwater system?
Let's stick to fingered.
Okay, thank you.
To answer that question, I need to give a little background. First of all, the fingers that I discussed in my direct testimony are created by the heterogeneity and in the conductivities and porosities and within the groundwater system. And these tend to be associated with what I would call textural features or within the groundwater system that are on the scale of hundreds of feet or perhaps at the upper end thousands of feet. And when I say textural features, I mean differences in whether we're looking at a feature that is fine grain or a feature that is coarse grain. And a result of that, of those relatively small scale features is to create this fingering that I've discussed. And the fingering in general follows what are called or referred to in hydrology and transport modeling as preferred pathways. And they can be quite tortuous, but the transport processes tend to move along the coarse grain features within the groundwater system, and so they and depending on the complexity of how these things are interconnected, you can get very detailed and zaggety, I guess you would call, flow paths. And in the transport modeling that has been done for this case, it's really at a larger scale, and for those larger scales, the system has been assumed to be homogeneous, and the sort of the scales that apply here are not related to textural features, but they're related to the blocking of the zonation that was used to assign hydraulic conductivities and porosities to the groundwater system. The Marina Coast model is considerably more homogeneous than the CalAm model, but both of them, the scales of this blocking are tend to be relatively large with respect to features. And as a consequence, these models are incapable of simulating this sort of fingering. And but they do have the capability with proper parameter assignments to model and simulate the average effects. And with respect to the so that it's more like an average of the fingers at any one point in time that these models are representing. And in my direct testimony, I described some what I refer to as interfinger areas. And when you consider those interfinger areas with respect to the with and without project, there's going to be a tendency for the effects to follow the same preferred paths that existed without the project. And so they, to some extent, with or without the project, these interfinger areas of less saline water are going to be preserved, but the preservation is only temporary for two reasons. One is that eventually there are slower paths that will come into these areas, interfinger areas, and start to increase the salinity there. The other thing has to do with the sustainability or usability of these areas for groundwater production in the long term, in that if one started pumping, say in one of these areas, there would be a radial effect and near the wells of strong radial effect that would tend to pull more saline water into the less saline areas and eventually make those areas unusable. And there's going to be various timescales that this happens, and so this is a conceptualization of how we should be looking at the model simulations with respect to the what the reality at small scale there is out in the groundwater system. And I think that in looking at this transport model results, and I know there's been some references to particular wells and whether they were in what their water quality was in this well or that well. Well, the individual well data are on a very small scale. I know in the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, in their description of the of their seawater intrusion monitoring program, they refer to something they call micro aquifers, and which have in their conceptualization various salinities in them, and they state in there that it's difficult to design a monitoring program that represents the larger scale effects that are represented by the models or by their delineations of the extent of seawater intrusion. They're, I believe, trying to, just from seeing what their work has been over the years, representing more this average condition rather than the more detailed condition, because the data just do not exist to do otherwise.
So let me ask a key follow-up question. Are any of the MCWD production wells in what you would call fingers?
No, they're outside, because they're outside the areas of seawater intrusion. I'm certainly not aware of any salinity issues with regard to their currently operating wells. So that would, I would conclude that this is not an effect that is there.
So when the with and without project comparisons show no TDS changes at MCWD wells, it's not a scale issue?
It is not.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to CEMEX as a topic for a moment. Oops, I shouldn't hide my notes. And let me start with actually, let me just, we got a very long answer from Mr. Durbin, longer than I expected. Does Mr. Leffler or Dr. Ye have anything to add?
I think Mr. Durbin covered it quite well. I would just emphasize what he said about if there are fingers of more and less saline water under existing conditions, that to the extent there's any additional small amount of induced ocean inflows, it would very likely, you would expect it to follow those more saline fingers.
Okay, so if we, well, let's start with Dr. Ye. And I'm sure you were tired. It was a little bit, a couple hours into your cross, but there were questions about the CEMEX well, the CEMEX dredge pond, the CEMEX recharge pond, and a channel. I think I have my parts correct. Is that the 4 descriptive parts of that discussion about recharge from the CEMEX area?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the slide you were cross-examined on, or slides, dealt with your opinion that the TDS utilized by MCWD with respect to the CEMEX area was incorrect? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe just start with, how do those 4 parts relate to recharge from the CEMEX area? It wasn't clear to me that came out in your answer.
So the recharge water for that CEMEX plant, including the water from well and the water from the dredge pond.
And so is the recharge pond literally just a holding spot where water recharges into the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and the quality of that recharge was a subject of a lot of questions, is that right?
Correct.
And the volume and quality of the 2 sources seem to be relevant. Sources meaning well and ocean, is that right?
Not exactly ocean, but most of that probably from ocean. Yeah, not identical. Yeah.
Okay, so, but I'm saying, all right, so let's work backwards from the recharge pond.
Okay.
Comes through a channel.
Right.
And we heard you knew the size of the channel and you knew the flow velocity, correct?
Right.
I think you were asked questions whether you had TDS measurements and you said no.
Yeah, that's my mistake. Well, it's we have the EC measurement, then convert to a TDS. So that should be a same thing.
And for those of us who are not in your field, an EC measurement is what?
Electric conductance.
Okay. And is that the same way that the Fort Ord well TDS is determined?
Yes.
Okay. So did you try to hide anything in terms of that information?
No.
So if we look at CalAm exhibit 37, can we look at that for a minute? I think that's the one that Mr. Brochard brought up too.
All right, if we can please scroll down and see the authors here. Great.
And you were asked questions about this exhibit, I believe. Is that right?
Correct.
If we could turn to page 50. And scroll down. And let me see the page number on this that's 37. So I believe I might need document page 50, which would be adding 13.
PDF page 63.
Well, you don't know what page I'm going to yet. Let's just start with
You're going
adding.
to PDF page 63.
Thank you. I'll
You're
go
welcome.
to page PDF 63.
We'll start with there.
Why not? Start with the picture. Let's just stop right there. I asked you about the parts. Now we can see them. I think. Is that what you were describing, Dr. Ye?
Yes, yeah.
And then PDF page. Oh, wait, scroll down farther. I'm sorry, let's just stop there. I think there was questions about how you learn things, and yeah, I think I'm paraphrasing badly. But something about discussions with CEMEX folks, that's what this document actually says, right?
Right.
And you see the 1, 2, 3 lines down on the right of the bottom paragraph starts with the word hand.
Yes.
Okay. So what's a hand conductivity measurement?
I think just like the field hand measurement.
So does it mean somebody sticking an instrument in the water and taking the EC?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that, I mean, I just want to make sure. Sometimes there's funny names for things, and hand conductivity is not one of those. It sounds like it's literal. Okay, if we keep going.
Okay.
Are these photographs of moving water?
Yes.
Is this what you have the video of?
Yes.
Okay, keep scrolling.
And just to give you a time check, Mr. Osias, I do want to leave us at least a few minutes, like 5.
All
To
right.
see if there's anything we need to address, and we have a hard stop at 5. So just so
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
aware.
no,
Great.
Let me take a different tack for a minute. When you were being cross-examined without looking at this document, which was provided back in phase 1, did you remember all of this material?
I don't, because this was like a long time ago. I reviewed those. Yeah.
So when you expressed an opinion about the water quality recharging from the CEMEX area and disagreed with the opinions of MCWD, did you rely in part on the information in this exhibit?
Yes, the information are really coming from here. Yeah.
Okay. Now I think, let me just do one more or two more, Ms. Gunzi, but I think Mr. Brochard was asking about, this is, I believe, a 2017 document. And here we are living in 2023. Why is it, he didn't ask this way, but why is it not outdated, or why is it relevant?
I didn't ask that at all.
I know you didn't. That's
Okay.
what you were getting at.
It wasn't what I was getting at.
Well, let's not dispute whether, what Mr. Brochard's point might have been, or so go ahead with your question, Mr. Osias.
No, I'm asking is, what's the value of this today to forming your opinion?
This provide valuable information for me to quantify the amount and TDS concentration to be used for the evaluation of MCWD's model calibration.
And in particular, or not, test slant well calibration?
Yes, yeah. Also very useful for test slant well calibration.
Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Osias. Is that the end of your redirect, or is this a convenient place to pause, just to be
No, it's
clear?
a convenient place to pause before going to another topic, which we would not finish in 2 minutes.
Okay, I thought that might be the case, but I wanted to clarify. All right, Ms. Mullen, if we can please take this down. Thank you all of you. We're at 4:52. I have promised a hard stop at 5 every day, and I wanted to look to the room to see if there are any evidentiary issues that we should address either very quickly now or first thing in the morning, so that we can be prepared for that. What I envision happening tomorrow morning is that Mr. Osias will finish his redirect. We would then have an opportunity for recross. And once we get through those issues, we would deal with the admission of CalAM's exhibits. So I wanted to put you on notice, Mr. Osias, just to have those exhibit numbers ready as to what you will be offering in. Actually, if you can have those ready for us first thing in the morning, just so we can, so we have those. I'll try to remember to ask for them. I would appreciate that, and then we'll have them a little bit ahead of time of when we actually deal with that. Is there anything, I'll look to the room, is there anything we should deal with or talk about now before we break until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? All right, well, I once again wanted to thank all of the witnesses. I know it was a long day. Thank you to all the attorneys. It was also a long day for you. And I will hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you all at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.